All right. Welcome back to the continuation of the USS Akatsuki, the episode titled "The Phantom." So, from the continuation of the episode from 2 weeks ago, you guys infiltrated the station known as the Veil, using a method where you basically did spacewalking to get to the station to try to get there undetected. As far as you could tell, you were successful. You investigated the station. You split your away team into two groups. One group headed to the labs. The other group headed to the main promenade. The group in the promenade were able to infiltrate by basically stealing identification chips from two unsuspecting people. That you learn their fate later, I'm sure. Where you continue to make a contact with the head mistress of the bar. Name is escaping me, but I'm sure I'll find it in a minute. And then the group in the lab, you were able to use the essentially Jeffrey's tubes maintenance tunnels to get behind the lab, where telepathically, if I remember correctly, and that was from the captain.
Yeah.
Communicated with one of the Vulcan scientists who was abducted from a research mission, forced to work in the lab. He got you a sample of what he was working on so that you guys can study. After you did that, you rendezvoused with the other group and then made your exit back toward the ship. Everything sound right so far?
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay.
So for ease of getting this set up here, we'll say that you guys made your successful EVA back to the ship, and we are going to start you guys off in the briefing room where you can discuss your findings if you want, and then set out on dividing the tasks to try to figure out what is going on. So I will head up to the briefing room and I'll open the floor up to you guys.
The doctor will just be kind of sitting there with a moist towel, like wiping the notes or wiping the dirt from his face.
Kane will look over. Doctor, why do you have dirt on your face?
I attempted to disguise myself as one of the captured scientists
Mm.
to be able to move about them more freely.
Did it work?
Don't know. Wasn't needed. The captain was able to reach out telepathically to a Vulcan.
Looks like you missed a couple spots at your. Those are your spots.
Those are my spots. Yes. Good joke, Commander.
You know.
I'm gonna have to take a long, low-frequency sonic shower after this.
Everyone, I would just like to announce that I've chosen to adopt the name Clint. From here on out, you may refer to me as Clint Kane.
Lit. Where did this come from?
Clint will look over at Rix.
Rix is just rolling his eyes.
The lieutenant commander here is just jealous that, well, I had to make the first move and chat up a very intriguing woman on the station.
Yes, could you go into more detail about that? You were kind of brief because we were pressed for time. Like, can you go in more detail with your interaction with this
Hawk will
individual?
chime in and please focus on the information you received from her, not her physical attributes.
I would
Her
never.
name was Madame Solara. She was, by all understanding, the barkeep, but also the somewhat of the boss around that place. She had also been on the station before the Phantom came in. As we found out, this station has not belonged to the Phantom for a very long time. He or they came around a short while ago, and with their Nausicaan mercenaries and others who they paid, managed to take control of the station. However, this Madame Solara is not happy with the current landlord, and we managed to come to an understanding that should she help us, we'll help her keep the station as it was before the Phantom came about.
We also had a very long cigarette holder. That is my contribution.
Indeed. I believe she can be trusted. At least as far as this agreement goes.
Commander Mahawk, anything the ship's sensors picked up while we were on the station?
GM, anything the ship's sensors picked up while they were on the station?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Just the expected traffic from starships in the area, Captain.
I should also add that we found out that the Phantom themselves have been locked inside the command center of the station, and as far as Madame Solar could tell, no one has seen them or had personal contact with them since they came there.
Understood. Commander Ricks, work with Ensign Terrell, and I want to see if we can't get a detailed scan, at least passively. Wish to remain undetected here as long as possible. Potentially to rescue those scientists. It's unclear how long they will remain alive, given their current conditions. Doctor, if you can provide detailed analysis on the sample we were able to collect, I'd like to know what they're making.
Yes, Captain, I'll see what I can find out.
And Medicaine, if needs you to work your engineering magic and see if we can't get remote total control of that station.
My absolute pleasure, Captain. Would love to.
If there's nothing else to add to this, you'll have your assignments.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Captain.
Yes, Captain.
All right. So how are we dividing up the people here?
The doctor is working on researching the vial to see what they're making. Briggs and Terrell are working on trying to get a more detailed scan passively to the sensors. And Commander Kane is attempting to do some remote Eve warfare hacking.
Okay. And then Captain Wood.
Covertly, we are still doing solid running, so covertly for the sensor scan. That way, try remain undetected as long as possible.
Okay. And then anything you doing specifically, Captain?
They're not specifically waiting for information to come up with a strategy on what to do and how to save those people.
Okay. Sounds good to me. So where would you guys like to start?
We can start in the medbay if we'd like, and I'll work on the vial first.
Okay, I gotta fix your sick bay. 1 second.
What
There's
did you
still a
do to
bunch
my
of
sick
Nausicaans
bay?
in it.
Oh. I was gonna say, what did you do to my sick bay?
Technically nothing. Just didn't fix it from the last episode. Okay. There's your sick bay. I'll leave the floor to you.
Okay. I will start out on the left side using the medical research station over here. And I believe I will start with a basic chemical analysis.
Okay. This is going to be a reason with your science or medicine difficulty of 2. You could be assisted by the ship. Let's go computers, medicine, or science.
Okay. Will my research focus apply here?
Yes. You've been trying that for a while, and now it finally does.
Excuse me. All right.
And
What's
if you
my
could tell me what
difficulty?
the result, 2. If you
2.
could tell me what
Okay,
the result is, I am doing multiple things here in the background, so
that's fine. Let's see.
I'm not actually looking at Forge right now.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm reading through all my stuff, reminding me what everything does. Okay. So I will buy an extra die with threat since we don't have any momentum yet. Oh no. Is someone rolling the ship, or do I need to roll it?
I can roll the ship.
Okay.
Excuse me. What was the roll again?
It's going to be computers, science.
Cool, cool. And does the ship get 2 dice on this or just 1?
Computers is just 1.
Okay.
Okay. 4 successes and a complication.
Four successes and a complication, you say?
Yes.
All right, so let me see here. Let me look at my info. All right, there's the info. Keeping in mind the complication, I did keep something for that. And you gain 2 momentum out of it.
Okay. All right, so it's an organic compound. Affects neurochemical receptors in the human brain. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put that 2 momentum on the board. And then,
And I'm sure you could ask questions too if you wish.
yeah. Okay, let's see. Do I have any free questions? Oops. Okay. Okay. I would like to then run a biochemical analysis to see what this will do to a humanoid physiology, what specific effect this drug is supposed to have.
Alrighty, this will be an insight medicine difficulty of 2.
Okay, insight medicine. And can I still use my research focus?
Yes.
Okay. And I would like to use my applied research talent, which says once per scene, when attempting a task which relates to information you received earlier in that scene from an obtain information question, the first bonus die you purchase is free.
Did you ask a question?
Well, I figured scanning the file is the first question of what is it.
So the obtain information is not the rules. That would be like a question you ask.
Oh, okay. Then that does not apply. Okay. Then I will spend 1 momentum to buy a die for this second roll. Are you kidding me? I will re-roll that with cautious.
I mean, it's good to get them out now, I guess.
Yeah.
At least it's not a complication.
Yeah, at least it's not a complication. Okay, so 2 successes.
All right, part 2 of the information coming in now.
Okay. Do we have anything, or does the DNA of the plant line up with any plant that's currently in the Federation database?
I
And
will
that'll
accept
be
that question. It does not.
does not. Okay. Does the nuclear hold on. I'm not gonna have a good time pronouncing this word. The nucleic structure of the plant's DNA match any like planets that we've explored or surveyed?
I'll tie that one with the previous one. No,
Okay.
because I think you get patient for using that, so I'll use that for the question. The bonus
Okay.
momentum you gained.
Yeah. All right. 1 momentum left. I can ask one more question. Does this compound seem to have been designed for a specific effect? Like I understand that, or I see from the analysis that it creates heightened emotions or heightened sensitivity in the emotion center of the brain. Is it tuned for a specific one, like rage, calm, joy, euphoria, something like that?
That one was actually one of the complications. Yeah, that was the complication.
Because I couldn't tell which one.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right. Let's see. Lacks permission to create item. Let's see. Anything else I can think of doing? I am lastly going to sample the plant's genome. And then I'm going to forward it to our Ensign Terrell, who I believe has a background in botany. Let's see if she can
Yep.
get any more information out of this plant than I can. And after that, I will start preparing my report for the captain.
All right, so I'm gonna head to a different place then. Where would you guys like to go next? I believe there are two other groups trying to do stuff.
I could try my hacking.
All right, so walk me through with what you're trying to do and what you're trying to learn.
Yeah, so Captain, if I remember correctly, you wanted me to essentially come up with a way to take control of the station.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay.
Or at least someone will control the, not maybe not entire control, but enough to where if we need a diversion or whatnot, we can.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, so that's basically what Kane's attempting to do is so he'll try to hack into the system's computers and then like probe for different options he has to maybe cause some disruption if needed.
All right, so the first thing I would imagine you have to do is you have to try to interface with the station.
Quietly. Because we are still at silent running.
Yeah. And I got to check a couple things.
I'll have to remember to give Kane hacking or something else like that. He's doing quite a bit of it lately.
Yeah, if you've got the computers focused, that usually counts for that.
That is true.
You might look up the computer science talent, though. I think that gives you a free dice when trying to do computery things, like specifically to computers.
Okay, can someone link me what silent running does again? Just so I get this correct. Or at least tell me what page it's on, I guess.
Yeah, I'm hunting it down. Silent running, page 219.
Thank you.
Would you like me to read it aloud for you?
No, I get it.
Okay.
I just need the page number. One difficulty to any test assisted by the ship's sensors. It's close range. All right, so it only adds difficulty when you are assisted by the ship's sensors. If I'm reading this correctly. Okay. So I'm thinking that in order to try to remote hack, you'll probably be using the ship's communications. So I don't think you'll have an added difficulty for that. However, in order to in order to try to remote interface with the station, I'm going to call this a daring engineering. Difficulty 2, complication range is actually going to be 4.
Oh. Okay.
Oops, I should maybe go to engineering for this, huh?
Yeah, the doctor's not doing it. Where is he?
So while in engineering,
Assisted,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
just assisted by the ship's computer communications engineering.
Got it.
Cool. So Kane, before sitting down at his terminal and hunching over it, will have lowered the lights to barely on in engineering, even with everyone else working, and now has a hoodie on, hunched over his console. It's really getting into it. So let's see here. Would you take computer systems for focus?
Yeah, yes.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so I can generate some momentum. Yeah, 1 threat for extra die, and then 1 momentum and another threat. So rolling 4 die. Damn it. Oh, nice. Okay, well, I'm certainly going to reroll one of those complications.
Five successes, but there is a complication. But I will use the complication, and it'll be clear moving forward what it is.
Ruh-roh.
But
Yep.
you have interfaced with the station's computer mainframe remotely.
Kane is just going to turn to everyone else in engineering. I'm in. I'm in, guys. Exactly that, Joe. And looking around and realizing nobody actually cares, he's going to turn back and, yeah, begin probing the system, seeing what he can find.
All right, specifically, what are you looking for?
So I want 2 options. If there's, I want 2 distraction options. The first one, more of a distraction, and then the second one, more of like a pressing emergency. So yeah, for the first one, I would say hacking the power systems to cause power fluctuation, shut down different like power to different areas of the station and stuff. And then for the second one, if you'll let me do it, I want to interface with life support.
All right, well, pick one first.
Power.
You want to interface with power?
Yep.
Okay. Give me 1 second here. And this will be a difficulty of threat difficulty 4.
Okay. Daring engineering.
Yes.
Computer systems for focus.
Oh crap! I was running the wrong thing. 1 second. I lied. This will be a diff 5.
Okay.
Teach me to roll the wrong stat. As you are going through, you notice that it's almost like someone is actively countering you. Every time you try to make headways, there's like a brand new firewall put into place. And to try to get the power, the way they just set up everything, it became a difficulty 5. The kind of narrate why it's so difficult.
Is it still comp 4 on everything?
No, at this point it's normal.
Nice. I'll take that. Kane will just look at his screen and go, unbelievable. A hacker. He'll hunch over and lean in a little more closely. Okay. So 5. This is gonna be really tough.
Does he still have ship assistance?
Yes.
All right, well, probably that time. Yeah, so would you let me use a value for determination? Well, I guess it would be mission directive for determination.
What would the mission be? Let's start there. What do you think the mission is?
The overall mission or the orders given to me by
Yeah,
that captain?
Yeah, it wouldn't be the orders.
Yeah, it would. At this point, it looks like we're going to be stopping the Phantom from doing his shenanigans, right? So taking over the station that he now controls and is presumably using for his drug empire would be part of that mission.
I'll accept it.
Cool, thank you.
Note to self in the future, I should maybe write out what the mission is for the thing is for each episode. The mission.
Oh, yeah. See, now I figured captain's orders would count as a directive.
Well, I mean, it's all based on what the original mission directive is. Just because it
Fair.
got orders doesn't mean they necessarily follow the vein of that. Yeah, so but mission directive, I think stopping the Phantom would be one of them, for example.
Cool.
But I'll accept the mission directive here.
Okay, awesome. All right, and just to make sure I get this and then continue building some momentum, especially with this complication, I'm going to roll all the dice. So 2 threat, 1 momentum.
So how many dice are you wanting to roll total?
4.
You said 4?
4, yes.
Okay. And you said 1 threat, 2 momentum?
Correct.
Okay. Since you're rolling with determination, just roll 3 dice and then mark using determination. So it rolls the correct number.
Okay, cool.
All right. You have through hard work and some very expert counter hacking, you have gained control, or you have gained limited access to their power systems. Right? You said power?
Yes. When you say limited, how far does that extend?
Nothing critical. But like, you could turn off lights in the promenade. You could turn off lights in hallways.
Okay.
You know, you could reroute power from minor systems, for example.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just want to be able to turn off, power to life support, stuff like that. Okay.
You're not there yet. Life support obviously being a critical system.
Alrighty. He's going to secure his new win from whoever the other hacker is.
What is
Yeah.
your engineering score?
It is 5.
Okay. Okay. So you get into the system. And as you're going through, you notice that they might be engaging in their own counter hack. So what I'm going to need from you is I need you to set the difficulty to try to prevent their incursions.
Into the ship?
Yeah, that'll come from the ship's complication. But yes.
Gotcha. All right. Daring engineering?
Yes.
Computer systems?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the ship assisting with this?
This point, no.
Okay.
Because he's trying to protect the ship.
All right. Let's do the Kane special. 2 threat, 1 momentum.
Jesus.
We'll keep it. Is it attacker or defender? Who wins in the tie?
They do.
Damn it.
Why is this sending? Oh, because Prex logged in as the GM account. I was like, why is it rolling to Prex as well? As you are trying to counteract this, you notice that lights in engineering are beginning to flicker on and off. And in the captain's ready room, because I think this will be funny. Where's the ready room? Captain, as you are walking back from the replicator, the lights in your ready room turn off just as you're about to hit this step. And it trips you up, causing you to fall right on your face, spilling your drink all over the carpet. And the captain leaves right as I say that. Boo. I'm going to have to narrate that again, aren't I?
Probably. With all this talk of flickering lights on both sides of the equation, the song Sandstorm is playing in my head.
Now I have the song Landslide stuck in my head. Waiting for the captain, waiting for the captain. If I move on, I'm going to forget this thing. And this thing will be hilarious. At least to me, I find it funny.
I think the visual is funny.
All right, now I got to figure out. I wonder if there's a way to play with the lights in the scene.
Can you adjust the brightness on any particular map?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking. Maybe darkness and level, darkness flaw. Are you guys seeing that on your screen?
No.
Yes.
Actually, yes. Now.
Yep.
All right, so if I slide it, it doesn't do the thing. Okay. So note to self, I can. I just got to do it manually. I wonder if there's a handy dandy thing in the left that does that. Oh, I just found lighting controls. Hmm. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I just want like a slider that does things. Oh, Captain's back. Okay. Captain, you are in your ready room at your replicator. It just pours you one of its lovely drinks, your drink of choice, whatever that is. And as you are making your way back to your desk, just as you're about to cross the step, the lights in your ready room turn off, and you hit the step, tripping up and spilling your drink all over the floor as the lights come back on just as you find your drink spill. You did hear it. Okay. So yes, that's what happened, Captain.
Captain to engineering.
Engineering here, Captain.
Commander King. Is everything all right? I think we might have a bug in the lighting, or your terraces warranted some unexpected intrusion.
Everything's fine down here, thank you. How are you?
I could be better. Thank you. Please correct the issue.
Sorry to hear that, Captain. I'll do my best.
Did you say you dimmed the lights now that I figured out that's a thing?
Oh yeah, in engineering, for sure.
There you go. It's dim now.
Thank you. He has his hood up, and if there was any RGB that he could activate, he'd probably do that too. All right. Enough's enough. Kane's actually getting angry.
Sick beta engineering.
Oh, Kane's gonna ignore the communication. He knows what's coming, and
Commander Kane, are you there?
he'll leave his communicator on the console away from him.
Commander Kane, the lights in sickbay are flickering between red, green, and blue constantly. Is there something going on down in engineering? Commander? Commander?
Kane will lean in. All right, Kane is actually point of pride at this point. He's gonna force this hacker out of the ship.
So what are you going to do?
All right. He's gonna track the intrusion point for this hacker, and he's going to attempt to basically do a DDoS essentially. Like he's gonna attempt to flood that channel that the hacker's on with so much data at the same time that it's just gonna overload their connection and knock them off the ship.
What do you mean by knock them out of the thing?
Yeah. So Kane presumably still controls most of his ship, if not all. And so he's going to issue a command to all the systems to basically flood the channel that the other hacker is on with as much data as possible, just to overload their connection and break the connection.
Okay. Jeez, I forgot that thing. Okay. Double checking some stuff here. All right, I'll give you a difficulty here in a minute. Right. Diff 1.
Resistance for focus, determination. I mean, I didn't ask this last time. I guess I should have. Would you accept testing a theory for these rolls?
No.
I didn't think so. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. All right. Okay. Well, don't have enough for the Kane special. So it's a diff 1, so just take 1 threat.
As far as you could tell, whatever this light is, it stops. And you appear to have your ship back.
Alrighty. Kane's going in for the kill. I like the captain's idea. Kane's going to craft a Trojan that's going to effectively give him a back door into the station to access it anytime he wants to. That way, if he needs to come back and do any further work or access or control systems, delete logs, he wants root control of the station.
Okay. Let me give you the test roll here.
Well,
Are you able to see the rolls, my rolls, or?
I can, yeah. I don't know if the numbers are accurate, but that looked like a pretty good one.
Oh, you're able to see them with the dice and not the result. Okay.
Correct.
So this will be. I apologize for this immensely. Difficulty 8. I rolled really well. I apologize.
So.
Really, like I had 3 crits. So
Dude, don't apologize. So if I match it,
yeah,
I break it.
yeah. If you match it, you succeed. Yes.
So theoretically,
yeah. Just consider this a difficulty 8 roll.
smart thing would be to not worry about it, but Kane is not known for being a very smart man. So daring engineering.
Yep.
Computer systems for a focus. So 1 momentum, we'll get to 3 dice. A momentum and a threat, we'll get to 4. And I need 3 more threat to get to 5, right?
So to roll 5 dice using what you have, you would use the 2 momentum and give me 4 threat.
Deal. Guys, is there anything
Ship
we can do? Sorry.
Ship
Is there
will
anything we
assist.
can do to get determination back at this point? I don't think so, right?
Can you call back to something?
Yeah, you could call back. You could challenge a value.
Let me see if I can call back.
What's the ship roll going to be, by the way?
Communications engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured because this is a remote hack, like communications would be the thing.
Okay. So in the episode Ready or Not, I use determination against the value, act with confidence even if you're not confident, to hack a mine to disable it after it was triggered to auto-explode.
And this is hacking. I'll take it.
Awesome blossom. Alrighty. Okay. All the dice plus determination. See if it goes.
What value are you using though? You still got to use. So you got the determination back. Now you just still got to use a value.
Except if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Because effectively he's trying to pull some, shit over on them in cheating a system.
My study physics, you need to try to use the same value so you get a milestone. Kind of way.
Oh, okay. Well, that one's actually easier to use, I think. Act with confidence, even if you don't feel confident. This is difficulty 8, and this is dropping a Trojan in a station computer system. So,
I think I'll allow it.
thank you.
So when you go to perform task, select 4 dice with the determination checked.
Okay.
And you do have a focus. No way. No way.
Oops.
All right, guys, I'm done. That is the height of my day. That is.
I'll take the first dice for the ship, so you actually got 10 successes out of that. Banking you 2 frickin' momentum. Despite all odds, you lay the groundwork for a Trojan into their systems, and you monitor it for a good while, and it does not appear to have been detected.
He is just going to, as his last action, beam an image of a middle finger to the screen of the hacker that was attempting to battle him, and then drop the connection.
Yeah. Okay. I think we have one place left to go. This is probably the bridge, yeah?
Yeah.
I believe Terrell and Rix were working on something. What were you guys working on?
Well, we were ordered by the captain to get a more detailed scan of the station without getting ourselves caught.
Okay, so I guess my question is, what are you guys trying to scan?
Well, if we wanted a let me see if I can do this. I have an idea. So we met a an individual on the station that perhaps could help us get into their system, get a live feed, if you will. And if we can mask that signature, so we can intercept it on the Akatsuki. What do you think? Lay out where the Phantom is. The captain could have said that. I think I still will see if we can set up a encrypted channel, communications channel to Madame Solara on the station.
Okay. This will be. This is just like a difficulty 2, I believe. I'm thinking a daring engineering, assisted by the ship's communications engineering. Difficulty 2 to set up the encryption, but a complication 2. Sorry, complication 3.
Okay. I'm gonna buy a momentum with dice. Opposite, I'm gonna buy a dice with momentum.
Sounded better the first time.
I have focused in computer security systems. Will that apply here? Even though it's a com?
No, I think there's more
channel?
communications.
Okay. Fair enough.
Computer
Roll those dice.
systems would have came in helpful with the hack.
Okay, good and bad. And even worse.
The
Trying to
ship
operate
is
in this
not
nebula
helping
is
you
just
guys
not
today.
working for us. Well, it helped Kane.
That's true.
Very true.
That's true. Do you have any reroll?
Nope.
All right, so you go to set up your encrypted channel I'm assuming it's Madame Solera.
Yeah.
Okay. As you're doing that, though, two things happen. Number one, the chaos from the counter hacking and counter hacking attempts make it rather tricky. And you do not know if this is actually secured or not, because of just how weird it was trying to set up.
Okay. Understood.
Those are the complications.
Okay. Do I establish contact with Solara?
Yeah. The test was successful, so you do have communication whenever you want.
Madam Solara, this is Brock. Please come in.
Brock, I didn't expect to hear from you so soon. What can I do for you?
Well, we do have some urgent business I would like to take care of as soon as possible that we last talked about.
I will endeavor to help you in any way I can, Mr. Brock.
I was wondering if you could acquire for me about the individual we last talked about. If you had any knowledge of his whereabouts. And any problems we could run into.
Give me... Just give me like a presence command difficulty 1. It's not so much to persuade them as into if they might know where, because you're asking where they're at, right? Like where their whereabouts are.
No, I'm kind of more about the troubles that one might encounter when getting there.
Oh, okay.
But also more precisely whereabouts. Yes. So a little bit of both.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Just give me the presence command diff 1.
Let's just do it.
And
No
like I said, it's
complication
less about
range here.
persuade. No, it's just normal.
Cool.
And get a momentum. Yes, I could tell you that it's my belief that they might be heavily guarded with their troopers and security, of course. But there is an old command center located near the upper echelons of the station. My guess is they would be located there.
Understood. Don't want to say too much, because I know this is not a secure channel. Is there any backdoor that you know of to this place?
Give me a presence command diff 2.
Okay.
Again, it's less about persuasion, more or less setting up the possibility.
Ooh, very nice.
Someone missed their calling. Gain the momentum back. If my memory serves me, there is a maintenance hatch that, let's just say, has been used for smuggling back in the time this was a true trade center. I imagine it's still there, possibly not being utilized, not guarded, not defended.
Please say
It
no,
won't
madam.
appear on any of your sensors, of course. It is lined with a type of ore that is impervious to scans and sensors, making it the optimal place to hide illicit goods.
Would our associate know of this?
It is highly unlikely they would. as I didn't tell them about it.
Very good. I will be in touch shortly for more information.
Do call if you need anything else.
Well, at the moment, I do have a lot to do with the order that you sent me on now, but I will be sure to get back to you as soon as possible on that. Rock out.
And the channel is closed.
Ensign Terrell, could you do me a favor, please?
Yes, sir. Anything.
Could you see if any of the ships that are nearby the station or docked at the station posits any Breen signatures?
Yes, sir.
You said the ships?
Yeah.
Just give me a control science. Diff 1. Assisted by sensor science.
Sensor apps work for focus.
Yep. Gain a momentum, and then I just need the ship. All right, just the one momentum.
Sir, I don't detect any Brennan on the ships, but I do detect 3 Breen on the promenade.
Very well. Are you detecting any Breen ion signatures from Breen engines that have been there recently, and where they might be headed? Where they might have gone, rather.
I will take that as a question.
Sir, the last Breen signature that I detect is roughly 2 to 3 weeks old, and it was heading directly of the Breen space.
Understood. Thank you, Ensign.
You're welcome.
Well, that gets one job done. Suppose the captain wanted a rescue plan of the abductees. However, going straight
Yes.
for the heart is more my approach.
Well, let's finish up the test the captain asked.
Very well. Let's pull up the schematics we got over there. See if we can look it over and see if we can find a route that could work.
Yes.
All right, was there anything else anybody wanted to do before we head back to conference room?
I guess we're like I said just now, me and Satura are looking over the schematics that we got over at the station, I suppose. Of the station, see if we can find a. So we have the main quest to get the Phantom, then we have the side quest of getting the abductees out of there. Basically, so we're into the side quest part. See if we can get them to a unsecured or unpowered area of the station that we could beam them out of, possibly, or extract them from.
I think if we went to the briefing room and you heard what Kane set up, that might make that job easier.
Yeah, but I don't know about Kane's hacking ward.
Right. I mean, you figure.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you're a security officer. You figure that you could lead them somewhere and, somehow turn off power to a section and beam them out that way, or get them on a shuttle, or there's a billion different ways you could try to get these people off the
Okay.
promenade.
Yeah, let's go to briefing.
Yeah, I mean, you could role play any suggestion you want, really. And then I'm sure Captain changed uniform to get the drink out.
Yeah.
Or is Captain wearing it as a badge of honor?
Wearing the stain of determination.
So Kane will have replicated himself some mirrored sunglasses, and we'll be walking in and sitting down at the conference table.
Is something wrong with your eyesight, Commander?
Well, when you're this brilliant all the time, you've got to do something to protect your eyes, Captain. You look good.
The doctor is very quietly scanning him for signs of intoxication or inebriation.
Probably Doctor, just based on body language, you could see that he is very, very cocky at this point.
Slight blood alcohol content. Very slight. He'll look around. So how did everyone else do?
Most of my research was fine until the lights started flickering different colors.
flickering different colors. I don't understand.
I calmed down to the engineering about it, but no one responded.
Huh. Well, I'll have Gardner take a look at that. Rix, Terrell, any luck on your ends?
I think we did pretty well.
Indeed.
Doctor, what did you found? How were your findings on the vials that were recovered?
The substance inside the file we recovered is an organic compound. It looks like some kind of flowering plant. I sent a copy of the DNA structure off to the ensign. Hopefully she can get a chance to look at it here soon. It's a neurotropic. It seems to enhance the sensitivity of the emotional centers of the brain. I wasn't exactly able to pin down which center it would stimulate. The substance has been a little problematic to analyze, but it seems that it would work across most Federation species and has to be refined. Best I can tell, if someone absorbed the raw plant this was from, it would cause a drastic hormonal imbalance.
So,
Unfortunately. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so some kind of psychotropic?
That would be my guess, although I couldn't tell you if it was supposed to be used for recreation purposes or as a battle stimulant. As I said, the computer's having a hard time analyzing it.
Hot mic, Rix.
Dramatic came. How was your endeavors on gaining access to the station?
He'll look down at his nails and just kind of brush off a bit on his nail. Oh, I got you full access, Captain. Anytime we want, anything we want to do. Found another hacker in the system, and well, took care of him.
Another hacker?
Yeah, well, obviously they weren't quite up to the task, but you know, flickered some lights here and there on the Akatsuki, but
Is that why my lights were changing?
don't know, unsure. He'll turn back to Mahawk. Dropped a Trojan in their system. Access
This is
anytime we want to,
extremely
Commander.
worrying. That means someone knows that we are gaining access to the station, which means stealth is no longer in play here.
Stealth
Well,
may still be in play. However, I am now concerned that if a hacker was in our system, our location may be compromised.
I just moved the ship.
Hawk is going to arch a single eyebrow and look over at the captain.
If they knew we were, they would have opened fire on us by now. They easily have us outgunned currently. But they will be expecting something. Commander Rix, Ensign, what were your findings?
I managed to contact Madame Solara on the station. She apprised us that the Phantom is probably located in an old command center near the upper echelons of the station. And she also conveyed that there is an unguarded and undetectable maintenance hatch that only she knows about that leads into this room, which is how we might be able to get in and get at the Phantom the most efficient and feasible way without having to deal with too many guards or security systems.
Do we also have a way to get out the scientists they have working in their lab?
It could be possible. However, I would suggest a more bold strategy to cut the head of the snake before going after the abductees.
So you wish to perform a decapitation strike to create a disorganized response to our presence?
Yes. With the Phantom out of the picture, the station will be disorganized. The mercenaries will lose their salary, and thus perhaps lay down their arms, or at least depart.
Has some form of reward been promised to this contact of yours on the station?
Well, essentially leave them alone once this mission is finished.
I see.
At the moment, the Phantom is a bigger threat to Federation security than one single rogue station.
Unfortunately, I don't think the Federation Council will see it that way. That our priority should be the Federation citizens who have been kidnapped.
If you wish, There are a number of alternatives. If we could bring the captives out of their current imprisonment, we could lead them to a unpowered section of the station, extract them from there either through transport enhancers or via the way we came in. With some guidance, of course. There are
I
other
do not believe it would
alternatives.
be wise to attempt to space jump an unknown number of Federation citizens.
And a transporter signal would be detected.
Yes.
And a shuttle evacuee would also be detected. Thus, I recommend the plan of taking out the Phantom first. If you wish, we could secure the abductees first before going after the Phantom. However, that would alert them of our presence, or perhaps alert them of our presence beforehand.
Perhaps a two-pronged assault, Commander? Perform both tasks simultaneously.
It is possible.
Captain, I believe you stated there were only 3 guards watching these science labs.
The number is unclear. These 3 we saw. There could be more. Predicate, how much controlled a decision do you have with your Trojan?
Well, I haven't been able to fully test it, but theoretically, full control. We'll turn to Rex. We wanted to attempt to transport any of these people out. We could maybe cause a hiccup in their sensor systems. Give a bit of cover. We probably couldn't maintain the illusion for too long. Shut it down or anything like that. They would certainly suspect something is going on, but for a couple seconds, I think I could do it.
How
Well,
many
I would-
ships are
Go ahead.
How many ships are in the area currently? Placed around the station.
I think it was established 3, if I remember correctly.
I think it was 5. You said there were 3 Nausicaan raiders, a Ferengi cargo ship, and something else?
It was 5.
It's possible. Let me just double check my notes. So I remember the cargo ships. I'm not sure how many Nausicaans I said. But we could go with that number if that's what you guys remember.
A covert team would be the best solution in this endeavor to please get the Federation citizens out of danger. Take Commander Wix and take Commander Kane. Please work together to formulate a battle plan strategy to safely evacuate Federation civilians.
What about the Phantom, Captain?
I'm more concerned about shutting down this research and saving those civilians so as possible. For all I know, they could be their lives gravely in danger, and if we go after the Phantom, they may be killed right away or used for leverage.
Captain, with all due respect, I have to say that going after the Phantom must be our primary mission. If we can get him, no more Federation lives will be at risk from his operations.
We don't know the full extent of this web. Far as we know is the Phantom could not be the main player here. He could just be another figurehead. Commander. We don't know
taking
the
him
full
now
extent of
and
his
questioning him
operation.
will give us answers.
You have your orders, Commander. I expect you to follow them.
Yes, sir. Very well.
Doctor, if you could work with the ensign to figure out exactly what that drug is being used for. If there is other material you'll need, we'll have to try to collect it when we go in and to rescue the hostages.
Yes, Captain.
Believe everyone has their orders. You dismissed.
Yes, Captain.
Kane will just look at Rex. Get the show on the road. Your place or mine?
I believe the armory would be suitable location to go to.
Kane will throw finger guns at Rex. And then he'll walk out onto the bridge. Head down to the armory.
All right. So, what is the plan here?
So on Kane and Rick's side, we're going to head down to the armory and formulate a battle plan to get the hostages off the station.
For the internal portion, I have another plan to assist him on that.
All right. Where would we like to go first?
We could go first.
Yeah, let's get the follow-up research out of the way.
Exactly.
All right. What were you guys researching?
The captain has ordered us to figure out exactly what that drug is used for and what effects it'll have.
And if it can be used on everybody.
Or if there's a
Well,
precaution
every
that needs to be
species.
taken against it.
Okay. So what? So let's start with the first thing. What's the first thing you guys want to do? Let's start there.
I want to overcome those complications to find out exactly what this drug does.
Okay. Give me a reason science difficulty 3.
Okay. I will present the ensign with all my preliminary scan results, and I will give her the lead, as she is the botany expert, and I will assist.
You said reason science.
Yeah. Diff 3.
You don't take botany for focus.
Yep.
And can I assist with biology?
Yeah.
What are
Would you like me
talents
to-
for?
They do different things during different times. So like your cautious is good. You want to try to buy more dice with momentum to get a reroll. They just do things when you roll or in other situations.
Can I buy a dice using a focus? I mean, using a moment?
Yeah. I mean, you could buy. Really, it's just like before you roll, you want to decide how many dice you're going to roll, and then we can figure it out from there. Very rarely do you want to use not buy dice.
And don't forget your trill, so you get a free floating die when
Yeah,
you spend
that's
the
true.
momentum.
I want to roll 4 dice, so I'm going to spend 2 momentum.
It's 3 total.
Okay.
What's our difficulty? You said 3.
3.
That's right. Yeah.
Just got to roll one more. Go to dice roller, Just going to perform task. Just select one. Alright, you do have cautious, so you could re-roll one more. Just going to perform task. Roll 1 dice again.
Do we get a ship assist?
Probably.
Sensor science?
Yeah, I think so. All right, took a while, but you got there. All right, so Enter Terrell takes over the primary research here, using her knowledge in botany and stuff. And what you find as you're going through this, what you are finding is that this plant seems to have indications that it could be a type of aphrodisiac. You know, like a naturally occurring aphrodisiac.
Oh. So,
Okay.
recreation then.
I'll give you the part you missed. That was the part that you didn't get because of the complication earlier.
Okay. Very interesting.
So I guess I'll update the captain that it's for recreation then.
In small doses.
Yes.
And keep away from Commander Kane.
That goes without saying. I think we should, if he asks, we should tell him it's a numbing agent.
I mean, it's for the best.
Hopefully he won't try and take any of this to Risa.
I hope not. That could be bad.
Oh, I do have to mention one thing here. This is not a finished product. This is solely the like a base for something much larger. This is not a finished product by any stretch of the imagination.
So this
I
is
don't know
just
if,
one part of it then.
yes, yeah. This is just the base that like the base being the first part that is used to hold everything together. You know, like you could definitely tell, like going through this, it's the compound is missing stuff. You know, like there's holes in the chemical compound, so to speak. This is just the base of what could be used later. The base of this drug is the plant, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so we're clear about what's going on here, like this is just the base.
Oh, let's tell the captain. Stick bay to the captain.
Go ahead.
The ensign and I have finished our analysis of the compound we brought back. It looks like it's only the baseline of what's being distributed, but it's an aphrodisiac. From the holes in the chemical equation, things will be added to it later.
Like what things?
Ensign?
The GM will say that you guys can only guess at this point. This will be an ongoing thing, I promise. But
We assume other compounds will be added for a diverse array of effects, but we have the chemical baseline.
So it's going to be an ongoing experiment.
Understood. Good work.
Thank you, Captain. And I'm going to get up, going to go to the supply closet, pull out a very sturdy sample container, and put what we have left of this compound into that container, and then lock it away.
And Ensign will just be nodding our head in agreement.
Oh, one final question about the compound. What's its... Is it consumed? Is it contact? Is it smoked? Are we able to tell?
I can answer that. Based on the you have patience, so you have a bonus here.
We have a floating.
Yeah. Based on how the base is concocted, this appears to be ingested like a pill.
Oh, great. We have ecstasy. It's space ecstasy.
Definitely something we need to keep locked away for future experiments.
Is the experiments in air quotes?
As she says that, I'm just going to kind of give her a side eye and mouth the words, "Buy me dinner first."
Who says I'm sharing?
Hands up. Not going any further with this. And I will let the scene cut away there.
All right. Let's see. I believe the next thing was the armory. Let's see. What can I use for an armory? Armory. Transporter room could double as armory, right?
They usually have a small armory in them.
Yeah, we'll call this the armory.
And I think Mahak will get in on this action. He's got a background in strategic operations.
Where are you, Mahawk? There you are. Right, the floor is yours.
So what are we thinking, boys? What do you want me to shut down first?
Well, I believe first we should start with what we know. Computer, display an image of the station's internal schematic.
The computer will ping and comply.
GM, could you remind us of how the abductees were incarcerated? Because I don't remember all of it.
It's less incarcerated and more or less forced to work in labs.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're just, they're in labs.
Are they locked in the labs?
There was
Probably
active patrols.
and under guard. Yeah, they're at the controls working. There are guards outside in the hallways.
And there was a Gorn monitoring the area.
Yeah.
I remember there being a Gorn in a side office.
Yeah.
My suggestion would be shock and awe. Get a pulse grenade in there to stun the guards. Assault them straight ahead. Leave the Gorn to me. Then unlock the research area and get the abductees out of there as fast as possible. Commander Kane, if you are able to have the security system, or at least the power, go down in that area first, that would be a benefit.
Absolutely. Taking power down should be pretty straightforward.
Commander Kane, in your intrusion, were you able to gain access to the lighting and life support systems? Or perhaps communications?
Lighting, certainly. Life support, maybe a bit more dicey. Theoretically, we have access to any system on the station. In practice, core systems might be a bit harder to influence.
What about station internal communications?
GM, is he right in assuming that he could influence basically any system at this point?
Yeah, you have the Trojan back door, so
Okay, just full access. So he'll turn to Mahawk. Yeah, should be able to.
I see. If we
GM,
have
judging by the layout, are we able to assault on multiple fronts, or is it just one way that we can get to it?
So there's kind of two ways. It's going the way that Captain Doctor infiltrated through the maintenance tunnels to get direct access, or basically fighting your way to the doors.
Where did they end up with the maintenance hatches? How far did they go?
Hold on. Theater of the mind, because I halfway set this up. All right, so if these are the labs, this would be the hallway where the guards in the middle here,
Mhm.
and the maintenance tunnels ran behind the outer walls here.
Just on the right side, or all around?
Yeah, probably on either side. There's probably maintenance hatches running on the outside of those walls on both sides.
Including here?
Where?
Here?
That's probably like a turbo lift.
Okay. So what's this here then?
Probably just a continuation of the hallway. I couldn't make one continuous box, so it ended up being two boxes.
Okay.
Could also be the office that Gorn was in. Yeah, we'll call it that. Gorn office.
Okay. Do the
Yeah, Gorn
maintenance
office,
tunnels,
hallway, turbo lift, maintenance tunnels on the outside walls.
do the maintenance tunnels intersect here?
No.
What's the closest that maintenance tunnels comes to this room?
Let me draw those. So
While he's doing that, Mahawk's going to look over to Mr. X and say, if we have access to both the lighting system and the communications channels, we could create a potent version. Are you familiar with the concept of a flashbang? And I'll look between Rix and Kane as I say that.
Commander, I'm not sure this is the time for any dance moves or anything. We're attempting to assault a station.
Yes. And I am saying you could use flickering lights and loud noises to disrupt and create cover and confusion for any guards in the area as they are attempting to determine, as a colleague of mine once said, what the hell is going on.
Absolutely. Happy to create a club atmosphere and give you an opportunity to do your flashbang dances. He'll look at Rex. Is that going to work?
Possibly, I just need to study this layout, see where we insert.
Kane will look up off into the air. I sense something. Since I'll have to go to medical after this. There's something up there. He'll turn his attention back to the schematics.
Are you feeling
Just
unwell?
disturbance in the force. Out of character.
Somebody's hiding an aphrodisiac, damn it. My Trojan will allow us to shut down anything that we need to. Communications, influence the lighting situation, Commander. Turn off security systems, open doors.
A primary team coming in through the turbo lift or through the main area would cause a sufficient, what is the word I'm looking for? Would hold the guards' attention long enough to possibly evacuate any and all scientists out the maintenance ways if we so chose.
Are you done with that mapping, GM?
Yes.
Could you just walk us through it a little bit again?
All right. At the top, we got turbo lift. These four big rooms are the labs. The office there is where you believe the Gorn was. In the middle is the hallway that, with doors leading into each. On the outside walls, these small little boxes here, those are the maintenance tunnel. And then the line here is the outer hull, basically.
So that's outside the station.
Yes.
Ooh, I have a crazy idea.
Let's hear it.
Commander Kane, are you able to isolate these 4 rooms, lock them shut, pressurize them? Keep them pressurized, rather.
Commander,
Be able
are
to.
you about to suggest we cut that section of the hull away from the station?
Not cut, Commander. We blow it up. We insert an explosive that makes a hole in the hull, sucking out the air, leaving the guards not a problem. That way we can insert ourselves through the maintenance tunnels and extract the abductees that way.
There
However,
are
this
many
relies on
potential
that the research rooms are completely shut before we let the explosives go off. The other way to do it would be to insert ourselves into the room through the maintenance hatches, take up cover on the doors as soon as possible, and then assault the guards on either 4 or 2 fronts.
How will you remove the outer hull? Or how will you plant explosives to remove the outer hull?
An EVA walk. I will plant it physically on the outside. Give it enough time, I should be able to place it there, then come in again and be ready for the assault.
GM, would Kane know off the top if those rooms can be sealed, or would you have him do a roll for investigation on that?
What's the question?
So Rix was asking if those rooms could be sealed environmentally. That way, if the outside corridors are exposed to the vacuum of space, we wouldn't risk killing everyone inside these rooms.
I mean, you would have to imagine that there would be a emergency force field type deal.
Okay. And considering their research labs, I'm sure that they have, some protections to keep environmental
Containment
conditions.
protocols?
Exactly, yeah. So, okay. Commander Rex, I'm game. I think it can be done.
Rix looks to Commander Mahawk.
There is a high amount of risk in this plan.
As Captain once said, Commander, risk is our business.
I am aware.
More so in my line of profession.
Do we know what the outer hull is made of? And what level of explosive will be needed to penetrate it successfully?
I will make sure to make the necessary preparations. This is my first time blowing something up.
Are there any on your team, Commander, that specialize in demolitions?
We're looking at him.
Understood. We will need a contingency for if the hull breach is not successful.
Well, even if the hull breach isn't successful, it will give us the surprise we need to assault the guards, should they erect emergency force fields or bulkheads.
It
Should
will.
cause enough of a stir.
Of that I have little doubt. Where will your points of entry be?
Well, I'd have to talk to the ones who saw these research rooms firsthand.
That would
But
be the doctor, Ensign Terrell, and the captain herself.
However, going from that these 4 rooms are identical, we should have one team breach from a 4-room and another team breach from an aft room. So we flank the security guards in the hallway.
From the captain and doctor's descriptions, we will also have to ensure our timing is precise so that all guards are in the hallway and none are trapped in laboratories with our civilians.
Correct.
The plan is viable. However, it does require on a great number of things going the way we want them to.
There are always going to be uncertainties, Commander,
I am aware.
regardless of how much you plan.
I am aware, however, the more of those uncertainties that can be controlled, the more successful our chances are.
The captain said they had a means of escape after we extract the abductees.
I do not believe that was clarified.
Well, that's the next stage of the operation. Where should we take them and how do we extract them?
I believe we should ask the captain to come down here. She is the one with first-hand experience of moving through those maintenance access ways and of the interior of the ship of the station for that section.
Agreed.
Mahak to the captain.
Go ahead.
Would you join us in the armory? We require your input for strategic planning.
On my way.
Thank you. Mahak out.
Gentlemen.
Captain, we are working on the exfiltration portion of the plan, as you have first-hand experience in moving through that section of the station and of the laboratory environments. We thought to include you. Mr. Rex. Will you brief the captain on what we have determined so far?
Yes, sir. GM, could you put the map back again? The plan starts with infiltrating with 2 teams. One team covers this research room here on the right side. The other team covers this left side. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Beforehand, I will make a EVA walk to plant an explosive on this outer hall area here. When ready, we will detonate the explosive, and the following might happen. Either we cause a hull breach, disposing of the guards in the security room and the hallway, but should emergency force fields and bulkheads come online, we still have the element of surprise. Our guards will, or our teams will infiltrate the rooms, make ready to fight any guards in the hallway area. And once disposed of, we will extract the abductees through the maintenance hatches. As quick as of a snatch and grab as we can make it.
What is stopping station security from blocking access or retreat to the maintenance access?
Say again, please.
What is stopping internal security to blocking access to the maintenance hatches, meaning your escape?
Well, I suppose that's where Commander Kane's nifty Trojan comes in.
Should be able to interrupt station security, theoretically, where there's no alarms, no indications that we're there. I do have to say, they may get some indication with the explosion. If it's enough to jostle the rest of the station, everyone on board could know that something's happening.
The explosive will not be that big.
It will still pierce the outer hull if the plan goes intended. That will trigger some kind of alert.
Not unless those sensors were disabled momentarily.
Be able to disable the sensors. Unfortunately, I can't overcome physics. If it does reverberate throughout the station or even sections around the explosion, that would be difficult to control for. But Commander Rix, we can work together to calibrate the explosion. I know you're an expert, but any help you need, I'll do what I can.
What about
Commander
a
Kane.
device that cuts the outer hull and then decompresses the area, forcing essentially the vacuum of space to, well, destabilize the structure for you without explosives?
Is a viable option.
Perhaps mining equipment modified for whatever alloy the station is made for.
We can look into it.
Commander Kane, would you be able to create local bypass modules for the doors? If the evacuation teams escorting civilians are cut off, a way to bypass the door's locking systems would be greatly helpful on hand.
If we're able to cut a hole, what about using the air shuttle to create a new seal? And you evacuate through the air shuttle.
A force field corridor between the entry hatch of the aero shuttle and the opening in the hull. Captain, were you able to take a census of how many scientists and civilians were in those labs?
We only saw the one room, and I believe there was at least 4. There's too many to beam out. Heckly enough.
Well, we must assume that the other laboratories possessed a equal or greater number of personnel in it. And the aero shuttle can only hold so many people.
Also, I'm hoping that this is the price that they're currently at. If they're in other locations, extraction will be difficult.
Perhaps, Captain, Mr. Rix's original plan of seizing the command center may be a more viable option. It would secure the Phantom, but also the control systems. We would be able to access all of these stations' information and systems at once.
Well, if Commander Kane's Trojan is intact, we should be able to fool their sensors while getting accurate sensory of our own. The issue is distinguishing friend from foe.
Yes, and if there is another lab that we do not know about, then we have only successfully evacuated one research area and shown our hand.
What are the station defenses like? Did you get any scans on that?
Mr. Rix?
GM, would we have been able to get that without an active scan?
Probably not.
Unfortunately, without doing a proper scan, there is no way of knowing at the current moment.
And the other issue is we have no idea what the Phantom looks like. All we know is they're in the command center area.
Yes, the entire command center area would need to be detained.
We would have to take total control of the station and not only that, deal with the 3 Nausicaan raiders plus the other ships in the area. We are versely outmatched in this scenario.
Mm.
Do we know where the life support systems are at?
Mr. Kane, do you have the location of the station's life support systems?
One moment. Beep, beep, boop, 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 beep. He'll bring it up
Yep.
on the schematics.
You can role play the appropriate location, a location.
Do these
No
systems
points.
connect throughout the entire station, including the command center? Or does the command center have a redundant system in place?
GM.
It does now.
It does now, Captain.
No, the life support is the main life support.
Kane will pull it up. This appears to be the only life support on the entire station, Captain. At least what's contained in the schematics.
Perhaps we should make a cocktail of our own and distribute it to the life support system to create, well, enough diversion for our team to successfully infiltrate.
You wish to try and sedate the entire station at once?
I think that's our only choice. But it'll have to be simultaneously enough to, well, keep everyone from running to the nearest hatch or airlock.
I see.
Well, I'm not calculating the dosage required to do that. Sounds like a doctor thing.
I agree. I am intrigued by an idea that has entered my head. The Navajo is in the area, is it not? We could ask for assistance.
They are currently under assignment, as far as I know.
Understood.
I was thinking about asking our Klingon friends to come help with our Nausicaan problem. Sure, they love to get their blades ready.
You did promise them a set of targets to hunt.
I did.
That would cover the weakness of a single ship against three. Does the station have any form of transport interference? Mr. Kane.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does the station have any form of transport interference system? Something that may, excuse me, block an attempt to beam in or out.
Just to move things along here, the only places that would potentially have that would probably be around the labs and around the critical systems. You can't beam into the command center. You can't beam into the lab. Directly in and out of the labs. You can't beam into engineering, for example. Everywhere else you can. Low level force fields and the whatnot.
Gotcha.
Kane will communicate that, and then just also mention, we'll have to move them a suitable distance away from the labs if we were transport out, or conversely, if we were to transport in.
Well, if you're to take the entire station, then we would need to gas the command center first, and then appropriate areas like security stations and whatnot. We'll leave the lower levels for last. May not even have to worry about those areas, so long as we can keep up appearances. I'll only move around to secure the station. Well, Lieutenant Commander Ricks, I think you got your wish.
He just stands there stoically.
Hawk will lead over to the captain. I believe he is in fact pleased. We shall call this Plan A then. Captain,
Our
would you
priority,
like to
though,
state
is... Our
the
priority
safety
is,
of the
though, to...
civilians?
Yes. I need to make a encoded transmission to the cleanouts, invite them to the party.
Yes, I believe they will be excited to hear from you.
Gentlemen, excuse me?
And I believe we should roll to create a trait. Plan of action.
Assuming the GM allows.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. So what exactly is the plan of action? Let's start there. What is the plan of action?
So,
Secure the life
as I
support systems. Well, create essentially appropriate doses for Nissian gas to gas the command center and other vital areas, and then enough to potentially, if we have to, thrust the station. The guy deal with all the forces, and hopefully no one dies in the process. And then call the cleaners to help us deal with Nausicaans, the 3 raiders.
All right, so I got take control of life support systems, gas the command centers, and then what was the thing before that? After that in the clean rooms?
gas the rest of the station as well.
If need be, this can be the last resort, but enough of it that we have it in place in case we need to. Like, I just realized, like, gas the interstation might be problematic. Having it that command center first, we might be able to just beam over at appropriate gas tanks to continue, that process if we need be.
Do we have any scans of the command center that we can look at?
No. All right. Yeah, I could give you a roll for that just to set that up, so everyone knows the plan. This will just be a difficulty 2. What does plan of action call for? All right, I'm thinking this is a reason or insight and security, Captain. Diff 2.
Can I assist with command reason?
If you want to spend for an activation, I'm okay with that.
I'm pretty sure I was activated from the last session. Or do we need to
Was he?
activate again? Yeah,
Did
'cause
you?
I have down here that for the Phantom, I picked up the advisor talent from the activation.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll call. Yeah, this is a part 2, so yeah, that's fine.
Would you take command instead of security in terms for I just laid out the groundwork and all the other finer details are up to everyone else? Sort of this is their directives.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we'll call the effect of
Uh,
this setup gets a -1 to the difficulty for all rolls.
I don't think it would be all rolls.
Well, all rolls to set up the action. So like the doctor formulating his sedative for multi-species in a large area, Commander Kane getting all his hacks ready, Mr. Ricks getting all of his people in position, so on and so forth.
I will say that any task to where you create a trait will get the benefit of plan of action.
Okay.
So if there's any more
strategy,
traits that need to be created,
had strategy tactics
It-
for focus.
yeah. You gave me a threat, I take it? Yep, oh, there it is. Do you have a reroll?
Yes, we do.
Bold.
That's it.
We got 2
Yeah.
rerolls then.
All right. Gain your 2 momentum. Trait made. All right. Any other traits that need to be created here? I think making the gas is probably a thing that needs to be done.
Hauling the clean on stage needs to be done.
Yeah. Let's head to sick bay, get that roll out of the way, then we'll head back to the captain's ready room to make that call. Yeah. So, Doctor, this will just be a diff 1 with the use of the captain's deal.
Okay.
And then whatever our plan of action turns on. We'll make this I don't know, control medicine.
Control medicine. All right. And would you accept biology, xenobiology as a focus?
Nah.
Okay. And I will buy a die with momentum then.
And then captain assist. All right, successful. You get 3 momentum out of it. I think, if I remember correctly, you get a bunch of bonus.
I should get at least 1 from being Trill. Your patient.
And then you get 2 bonus from the captain's plan of action.
Okay.
So you have 3 bonus right now.
All right. I'd like to create a trait then with 1 of it that's just maximum efficacy. It should work on any species it encounters.
That works for me.
Increased potency, you can call it that too, yeah. And I will replicate the appropriate volume.
All right, we'll head to ready room.
So, I was just going to send a burst communication to the Klingons, because need to be careful about open communications being heard.
Okay. I guess my
So it was
question
just-
then is, are you wanting to get their help by trying to create a trait or using your favor?
Let's go with the trait.
Okay. This will be presence command then.
Take a threat. Persuasion.
Yep. And yeah, I think you have a float. They'll just reply back on your same encryptions or whatever. Something along the lines of looking forward to it, good day to die, typical Klingon stuff.
The hunt is
Klingon
called.
bravado.
I like to increase that potency by 1. Like, maybe they called in a friend as well to help deal with the Nausicaan pirates.
Yeah, that works for me.
Great created more Klingons.
Yeah, and they'll just say, tell us what, something along the lines of waiting your signal or whatever. We'll come in cloaked and all that jazz.
Just the standard acknowledgement and wait for everything to get ready so we can initiate the plan.
All right. Anything else we need to set up? I guess the next question is there anything else we need to roll for, and what equipment are you bringing?
Well, who's going?
Given the clean advantage, how are we dealing with space combat? Or is that going to be more ground stuff?
I was going to say more ground stuff. Given the Klingons, they'll probably be able to handle 3 Nausicaan ships between 2 birds of prey. Just because we're almost at 4 o'clock too, so unless you really want space combat, I was going to leave you guys on the station stuff.
Then we take Type 3s, grenades, personal force units, body armor.
The works.
Yes, the works.
Right. Just tell me how much threat I get.
Have we seen this up for the next game, or are we doing that today?
Oh, we're finishing it today.
How much crucible we have left then?
That is a good question. So we activated Mahawk.
They reactivated Meh, so we only have 1 crew support.
Wait, who is the other person activated?
Meh. He was an engineer. Amelia May.
Oh, okay.
If they did, no one posted it. All right, so I guess at this point, who is going? Let's see. Types 3, I get 2 threat there. You said you're bringing grenades.
I'll leave it up to Riggs for the gun assault. But I guess the captain will be going. Have us see Riggs. I'm assuming Kane has to stay.
Yeah, I
On
figure
board?
Kane will stay on the ship. Yeah, he's got to shut down the systems and things. So.
Doctor, you wanting to go with your mammal character for Nessie and gas portion? Because we do have enough room to activate your mammal security personnel you like to play.
I can do the security personnel. I can take Mahawk. If. Oh no, because you said you were going. I can activate Theric. If no one else wants to pop someone.
I probably need someone for medical going. But no, security officer would be helpful.
Well, he has both.
And Santaro could go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to play whatever we need there. Assuming we, based on this, might need a security officer.
I think, Kane, you're staying on the ship and playing Netrunner, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
also okay to do that too, but I mean, if you guys need any other support.
Well, since they might be calling you to do stuff, you can only really play one. So if you play Kane, he can't do the. If you don't play Kane, he can't do the stuff.
Happy to play Kane.
So I think that just leaves the doctor unaccounted for.
No, because
Probably want
I'm going in
Oh, you're going as a Theric. Never
Theric.
mind. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which
Everyone's
is an
accounted for them.
activation for him.
Yeah. Then all the players are accounted for then. I did the math because of Captain's plan of action and Rix's chief of security. The security team will actually cost 0.
Nice.
Because the captain reduces it, the difficulty / momentum. Rix's thing reduces it by another one to a minimum of 0. So you could have security teams.
Rix is taking a Type 3 phaser rifle.
All right, I'll go ahead and take my escalation there.
I know
Is there
Theric
opportunity costs?
wants to take a Type 3 or a pulse grenade, perhaps. One of the other members could take a pulse grenade. Possible.
Are you waiving opportunity costs or you have to pay that?
I think I will make you pay it.
So, Type 3 is opportunity cost 1 and pulse grenades are opportunity cost of 1.
I paid for mine.
I guess we'll take 2 security teams.
Okay, I'm trying to find where the hell those are. Oh, they're there.
GM, I was wondering, I wanted to carry a small explosive charge, basically a C4 equivalent charge. It does say I can only carry one two-handed weapon at a time without being overburdened. Would you agree with that, or would you allow me to take a charge anyway?
So if I would say you can either carry the grenades or the C4. You know, the explosive. On
but
your
in my case, I'm only taking the Type 3. I'm not taking grenades for myself. But
Yeah.
according to
Yeah,
go ahead.
According to where?
Well, it says carrying capacity on page 240. In addition to their standard equipment and any equipment the character is wearing, a character may carry up to 2 items at a time or a single large item or two-handed weapon. A character may carry more than this, but each additional item imposes a trait overburdened on the character. But would you say that explosive charge then makes me overburdened? I'm only asking for one charge, not several.
I'll put it this way: as long as you pay the momentum to get that, which will probably be 2 because it's non-standard equipment, I'll be fine if you just carry it.
Okay.
There's enough people here to have it.
Okay.
Backpacks are still a thing in Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of restricting this carrying capacity rule, I think. But oh well.
Yeah, I'm trying to get us going and not get bogged down in we need this, we need that, we need it's just because if we did that, we're going to be here for another hour. Because then you're going to oh, we should get shields. We should let's just grab your basic equipment. Let's go. Star Trek is never we need to grab 90,000. The entire episode is not. We need to prepare, right? Just grab what you guys think and let's go.
I'm good.
So yeah, so if you want to C4, just spend the momentum. You got it. I'm not going to worry about how you're going to get it there. You got 6 security officers. You got Theric. You got the captain. There, there's enough hands.
Cool.
How in that case, I'm just going to take a
Yes.
personal force field. So. That you get 2 threat for because there's an escalation.
Okay, yeah, as long as you pay the opportunities.
I'll also be taking body armor, so you get 1 threat.
You have just taken the personal force field so he doesn't get the threat. His escalation is only paid once. And the momentum cost is the same.
Okay then.
Okay, we got everything, right? So then the next question is, where are we going? Well, where are we going and how are you getting there? I guess is next question.
Space jump like before and send the signal to the Klingons to make their way. The Nausicaans. Once we get to the station.
Okay. I'll just speed up plot the spacewalk. You guys have done it. This will be your 3rd time doing this, so you've gotten better at it. And then we'll just call you guys on the station where you entered last time.
We're gonna make our way to the maintenance tunnels, towards the life support.
Okay, and then you said once you got on the station, you were signaling the Klingons to make their runs, right? Or are you going to hold off on that?
I've held off on it until we get the canisters in place. Am I ready to start the gas?
Okay.
Rix is at some point during this operation, hopefully without being heard from the other team, going to tap his com badge and hail Madame Serlana. Serrana.
You want to do that
Solara.
before you get to the
Yes.
the life support,
as we're moving.
Okay. Speed of plot will start heading there. Rix, you can go ahead and make your comm call.
Do I know if it's encrypted or not?
Same
What's
thing
the
probably still
complication from
apply.
earlier?
Yeah.
Actually, never mind. I'll do it later. Never mind. Let's go. Keep going.
Okay. I guess we'll theater the mind this. Never mind all this stuff.
GM Theric has added the Get Down talent for this activation.
Okay. All right. So you make your way via the access tunnels. They're mostly empty, just like last time. You guys make your way there, speed of plot, and you guys enter near. So you guys are still in the maintenance tunnels, but near the life support. Who am I missing here? There we go. All right, what are you guys doing?
Here nods to Rix to check the hallway. Make sure it's clear before going into life support room.
Quarters out.
Rix will go and check.
Outside? Inside. Sorry, inside the room.
Rix looks back at the rest and holds up 2 fingers. And he calls forward Sarak.
Sir.
I'm just gonna finger gesture. You shoot the left one, I shoot the right one. On 3.
I nod and take position on the other side of the
Hold on.
door.
Hold. Camera just hold. Taps her comm badge. Away team to Akatsuki. Better
Go ahead,
King,
Cap.
can you disable internal security and section 45?
See what I can do, Captain. He'll crack his knuckles.
All right, Kane, this is going to be a difficulty 0 due to your black box, but it will be complication 3.
Okay. Daring engineering or control?
Daring.
Okay. Computer systems for focus?
Yes.
And it's 3 complication, and he's just gonna roll it.
Feel free to roleplay the outcome.
Captain, I seem to have accidentally set off every security alarm in the station.
Haha,
Did your
funny.
heart skip a beat? Did it get you? Okay. It's all off. Don't worry about it. You're good to go.
And
Cutest
Theric's
six
antenna
ahead.
relax back down.
She motions to the two to proceed.
Rix looks at. Oh god. Sorry, swallowed. Rix counts down on his fingers. 3.
Theric holds up a stop hand and pulls out a pulse grenade with a questioning look on his face.
Rix makes a nope.
I nod, put it away, gun back at the ready.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. So whoever wants to go first, you are going to need to make a minor action to open the door.
Theric will do it.
So the door opens, and your turn.
Okay. So I need to make a. So I'm shooting the one at the bottom. I can't make the thing do the concentric circles, but that guy.
Right. Control security div 2.
And I have a focus in hand phasers.
Yeah.
Okay. And I will buy a die off threat. Oh no.
Do you not have bold?
I do not have bold.
Okay. So you are able to shoot the Nausicaan brute here, impacting him and causing him to fall. However, what you didn't realize is that this is an automatic door, and after you shoot, the door closes on you again, requiring another minor action to open.
Shit.
But this guy is down. That would be a complication.
I suggest we spend 2 momentum to keep initiative.
Agreed.
All right.
Rex, are you going next?
Oh, I thought. Yeah. I'm spending a minor action to open the door.
Okay,
And then
door
rolling
opens.
to shoot. I'll give you a
Div
threat for
2,
bold.
control. Yep, Div 2, control security.
Focus and hand phasers.
All right, Rix, you. So the sequence of events. Derek opens the door. The door makes a hiss sound. Shh. He shoots in, gets him just as the door closes again. Rix, you press the door open again, shooting the other Nausicaan guard, and both of them falling within seconds of each other.
And the door closes again.
This time it stays open.
Ah,
Derek hooks his leg through the door, so it triggers the sensor to stay open like an elevator.
just looks back at Captain Claire.
She
And
motions
with
for the security teams to enter in.
Security guards make to the entrances to ensure that they are secure.
Is this the life support?
Yeah, life support room.
Okay.
I'm repurposing my old drawing.
How she orders Torel to begin modifying the cans, or the placing the
life support
cans
system
into
to
life
accept
support.
the canister.
Yeah.
All right, this will be so this is following your plan of action. So this will be a daring medicine difficulty 1 with the captain assist.
Can I buy a dice using momentum?
Absolutely. You can buy a dice.
Gain the momentum back from the captain's deal.
All right, Captain. The discharges are all set, Captain. Ready whenever you are.
It taps her comm badge. Commander Kang initiates playing Sleeping Beauty.
Aye, Captain. Good name. And he'll type the commands and hit enter.
Go ahead and give me that div 0 comp 3 roll.
In this case, take a threat. I might want to re-roll it if it. Yeah. We get a comp. Nope. I pressed that button really nice.
You're maxed out on the momentums. And then inside the room, you hear the hisses of the gas being sucked into the life support system.
Derek's gonna ever so subtly tuck his nose under his collar just in case things didn't go quite as planned.
Can we spend some of that momentum to see if the security teams had some rebreathers on them?
Yeah, that's fine. 2 momentum, and everyone could have those.
I think just before the gas, or just as the gas is released, Rix will hail Madame Solara.
You said just as?
Yeah, just as.
Go ahead.
Madame Solara, this is Brock. Quickly tell me, where's the maintenance hatch?
You'll just hear a bunch of coughing in the background. Section 36! Then you hear her drop to the floor.
I
Mr. Therick,
see a mystery.
stay here.
Aye, sir.
I
Rix
hear,
goes off.
essentially he sends out the signal to notify the clean house to begin their assault.
And you'll get the standard acknowledgement with today is a good day to die.
Let's secure the
And a
civilians
happy
and
hunting to you, Captain.
let's secure those civilians.
And so, where are you guys heading next? The labs?
Rix
the
is
lab.
on a private. Rix is on a private mission to go to Section 36.
You tell the
Or
captain
Madame
you're heading
Solara.
somewhere?
No.
I think Rick's just running.
Wait, I thought the plan was to get hold of the control center.
Everyone should be gassed there? Priority has always been the civilians. So I'm hoping we can secure the civilians first and then take the control
Your
center.
priority.
Rick's is going off mission, so
Well,
roleplay for later, I think. So I guess what you
depressing,
guys
John
see
Peter.
is as soon as Captain you signal the Klingons, Rix takes off back into the maintenance tunnels. Just as you ordered to start moving toward the labs.
she taps her comments. Commander Rix, come in. Where are you going?
No response.
Did I sense any of this trouble from him? Considering my character's telepathic.
I think you would need to roll because I would imagine he has mental blocks up for being in espionage and intelligence.
Yeah.
That's fine. Plaza is an explanation for it.
Captain, should I go after him?
No, stick to the plan. Secure the
ma'am.
civilians. And then we'll make it, once we have the civilians secure, we get them to safety and we'll take over the command center.
Yes, ma'am. I have to say, I don't feel good about him going after whatever that is without backup. And then I
I don't feel
start
them.
moving security teams to position.
Were you going to say something, Captain?
No, it's just, there's a court martial in someone's.
Okay, so I'm going to stick with the main group here. How are you getting to the labs? Are you just going to run through the hallways, or are you going to go back through the tunnels?
We'll go through the hallways, assuming that we get some guidance from King. Considering the fact that well, plan's gone to shit now. So
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, Theric has also taken the time to secure with restraints both of the sleeping Noskins.
Sounds good.
They'll wake up in the hog tie position.
All right. So we'll just say you're making your way up the turbo lift because it is on a different floor.
Making our way downtown.
As you're, I'll just kind of describe as you're going through. The anesthetine gas is doing its job throughout the station. Most people you see have been affected. A few holdouts are, really struggling, if not crawling on the floor, trying to gasp for anything to not get knocked out. But
They'll be
for the
mercy
most
stunned
part,
as I go by.
you're able to get through without a problem, and you take the turbo lift up. The turbo lift will take its joyride up to the lab level, and we'll keep the doors closed as you guys figure out what you're going to do.
Theric, you'll take Hoyt.
Yes, ma'am.
Ensign, stay behind with the security team.
Yes, ma'am.
We're sure this level got gas too, right?
Could have been all levels, ma'am, but we can check.
Keep an eye out.
It would have been.
Yeah. Keep an eye out, but some might be immune to it, or potentially heavy beaver on.
All right, we'll go ahead and get you there. Open the door. As the turbo doors open, you notice that the Nausicaans have been mostly knocked out. Maybe a few of them crawling on the floor, trying to fight, but failing.
That
I don't think I have a token for a Gorn, but hold on one second. The Gorn is surprisingly still on his feet, stumbling, hitting the walls every now and then, using them as a. But he does look angry.
I will take aim and fire.
All right, go ahead and give me a control security difficulty of 2. This music does not fit. Where is the sci-fi bit of music?
And I will give you a threat for an extra die.
I like threat. Sorry, I'm trying to find better music.
That's fine.
Right is not functioning today. All right. What did we have here?
I have my 2 successes, and since I bought a die with threat, the Andorian ability Intense kicks in, which generates me a floating momentum.
Okay. So you shoot at him. It catches him right in the shoulder, but it does look like his hardened skin seems to have absorbed some of the shock.
So he's not down yet.
No. But I will spend 3 threat to keep him up, however. Currently.
Okay.
Spending from his personal pool.
Ooh.
And after getting shot, he'll just give out a large roar, very Gorn-like, and look to you to see where the shot came from. Preparing his disruptor pistol.
So you could spend 2 to swift test, or you could spend 2 to keep.
Let's keep, and I guess someone else can take the initiative.
I'll go. Can I use the security teams to help me? I essentially assist.
How would they assist?
Saturation fire.
Sorry, I'm trying to find security teams in the book. I suppose they just function as a trait, correct?
I think so. So like really it's just like how are you using that trait? Like lower difficulty, do more damage, use them to protect you from taking damage, you know.
Don't forget you're wearing the personal shield.
Let's have them increase the damage.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a control security.
I'm gonna spend my minor action to charge for piercing. And then I'm gonna spend another momentum to... It's depend on anyway. For minor action aim. And I'll give you 1 threat. Hand phasers for focus.
Yep. And then you said you bought another minor action, right?
Yeah, I already spent it. So we were at 4 momentum, so there should have been 3 momentum total.
Okay.
For the keep and then the extra minor action.
Is that your roll there, the 8, 10, 10?
Jip.
Okay, you gain 1 back. I just added that. You charge for piercing. I gotta see what piercing does.
Ignores resistance.
This. Okay. So you charge for piercing, and this time you could definitely tell that it hits. You know, it burns through the part where it hits his natural body armor, and it does some sizable damage. But he is just like angry, rips off the part, like kind of tears off the part where you just singed him, and he looks at you directly, Captain, and looks like he is about ready to charge straight at you.
Okay, so I did 4 damage plus and the security team.
Oh yeah, what were they doing?
They're doing extra damage, so either gets 1 or 2 points.
Okay, yeah, I'll call it 2. So I'll go ahead and spend that extra from this personal pool as well. All right, what are you guys doing?
Did we
I
retain
guess the
the
turn has to
initiative a
pass.
third time?
You know,
Could you
and
shoot
we
again?
can't. I can swift test to shoot again, but that's going to burn all the momentum. And there's no extra momentum to do any extra minor actions.
So the turn passes.
All right. The Gorn throws his disruptor pistol aside and just starts sprinting directly towards you, Cap. I am going to need you to give me the difficulty for a daring security as he raises his claw to try to take a swing at you.
You take martial arts for focus?
I
Or
sure
survival?
will. I sure will. Martial arts, yeah. But
If I'm right there, am I able to assist the roll by like interceding in some way?
you already went, so
Okay,
you wouldn't be able to.
dang.
All right, Captain. Just by the by, I
Yeah.
used 1 threat from his pool. Then I spent 5 more. I will be rolling 6 dice.
Okay, is he notable?
Major.
Okay. You take a determination spend throughout the handbook and wrote my own.
Yeah, I think you were not expecting him to still be here, so yes.
And I will give you 4 threat and a span of 2 momentum. Take read on you hit by this guy. How? I ignored, I guess, the night I accidentally rolled
Okay.
side to 5. So,
All right. So
technically
5
that's
successes. Okay. My number is a 15. with a focus.
I'm sorry, you got
Ruh-roh.
15 successes?
No. My target number is 15.
Oh, okay.
I didn't make a sheet for him. 4 and a complication. So, Captain, he tries to take a swing. When he does, he lifts his arm up, about to hit you, and that's where the gas starts to affect him. And he kind of stumbles back into the hall, moving away from you guys.
So we gain a momentum from that.
Yes. Then I'll spend 10 threat here because I think the doctor's potency with all this stuff. He shakes his head violently, blows out his nostrils very loud to try to get the anesthetine gas out of his nostrils so that he doesn't succumb to it again. Passes back to you.
Hudson, it's your go.
So I'm gonna go ahead and try and take a shot.
Yeah, Captain is red. You could probably use your minor to aim so that you get a reroll.
Okay.
And then it'll be control security.
I want to use the last momentum to buy extra dice.
Wow.
Nice.
Someone's been spending time with Commander Ricks in these simulators. What is she shooting, by the way? Probably just a normal gun, right?
Yes.
Probably has a type 2.
Yep. So 4. You guys gave me this boatload of threat. So Ensign Terrell's hit strikes him right in a similar spot to where both the captain and Theric have struck him earlier. And he stumbles back a little bit further into the hallway. A lot weakened, but overall still in the fight. I think all of you went, right?
Is he in a different room?
Just in the hallway.
Can we try and close like the door so he doesn't get in?
Yeah, but we need to go in there.
All right, so I guess this is round 2. It will pass to him going first, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Let me see what you're constantly watching does.
You have to spend 2 threat.
Yeah, that's at the start of the scene. This is round 2, though. All right. This time, however, since he's dazed, I'll let the dice decide who he goes after. 1, 2 for Theric, 3, 4 for Captain, 5 and 6 for Terrell. He opts for the closer one. Same thing. He's coming claws fully out at you, Theric. You set the difficulty daring security, please.
Daring security. All right. Have 3 threat. I want 2 dice.
And I'll just say I will spend that back at you to get 3 as well. 4 successes. You guys gain 2.
And I generate 2 floating from that, I think. No, because I was setting the DC.
Yeah, but you do get the 2 momentum. I believe, if memory serves me correctly... Oh, species talents. Yeah, very good. So you do have 2 float.
Okay.
I believe there's a thing... Correct me if I'm wrong, Kier. But isn't if you win that, you could spend 2 to do the damage?
I think so. I know that. Well, no. In first edition, it was if you won the contest, you
No.
got a
No,
counter hit.
It's counterattack. So if you win the oppose roll, if you're the defender, you can spend 2 momentum to do a counterattack.
Oh, he's taking a rifle butt to the face then.
Right. Yes, if you spend... I guess you could use the 2 bonus.
Yeah, 2 bonus counterattack.
What's your unarmed strike?
Good question. I don't know. How do I calculate that?
I don't know either.
It's 2.
It's just 2?
It's just
Okay.
2.
Okay.
All right, so he starts charging you, and you dodge under his wild swings to try to claw your head off, and you come back up and give him a rifle butt right to the bottom of the chin, sending him flying, and the GM will choose not to spend threat, rendering him unconscious, finally succumbing to both your attack and the anesthetine gas in the hallway.
I'm gonna let out a long Andorian growl, just and then move up and poke him a couple of times with the tip of the rifle, just make sure he's unconscious.
All signs point to yes.
All clear, Captain.
Begin searching the labs for the Federation civilians.
Yes, ma'am. You heard the lady. Move, move.
And so these are pretty much open bay doors. You do see the science teams in there.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly enough, since these are science labs, they do have their own independent life supports, and the scientists have not been hit with the anesthetine gas. They are still locked in there, however.
Captain,
Go ahead.
go ahead. You're probably going to order what I was about to request. Go ahead.
Here to Akatsuki.
Go ahead, Captain.
What's the status of the Klingons and their engagement?
GM?
The person at the tactile will say, they quickly disabled the first Nausicaan vessel, and they are engaged with the other 2, sir.
The Klingons are performing quite admirably in their task of keeping the Noskins occupied. One is already disabled, the other two are currently engaged.
Move the Akatsuki into transporter range of the station.
Aye, sir. Helm, bring us into transporter range, and then I'll close the channel.
GM,
And I
can we
think-
spend the momentum to say we have like transporter relays to where we can sort of transport them out? Because you said this area was
Yep.
shielded, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna. What Theric was gonna ask was, can Commander Kane open the doors and turn off the dampening field?
That too. Either way
So
you
we
want
can
to
just start beaming them out.
Or that.
But we'll come back to that because during the battle we do. So, Rix, where were you going?
I was going to the section that Madame Solara pointed out that the maintenance hatch was.
To get to the command center?
Yes.
Okay. You get there during this fight. What do you do once you're there?
I search for it desperately.
No, you find it. It's exactly where she said.
Oh, she did say. Cool. I enter it. Or I try to enter it at the very least.
Yeah. So you're able to get into the maintenance hatch, and it hasn't been used in a while, but it is exactly as she described. Like there's some old contraband still sitting in there from before they took over. Dust has settled on it. Scanners in or out, even with your tricorders, you can't scan out of it either. But you from what you recall from the schematics, you should be right near the command center.
Okay, well, I move that way. See if I can find a opening. I do this
Yeah,
as quickly but as stealthily as I can.
yeah, you find it.
Okay, what is the opening like?
From your end, it's just a hatch.
Is it a solid hatch? There's no window or anything?
No, nope,
I can't hear anything through
nope,
it?
nope.
Okay, this is where I'm gonna take up my explosive charge. So I'm gonna pay the momentum. It does say with my chief of security, would that reduce it down to 1? You reduce the opportunity cost of weapons and security teams by 1 to a minimum of 0.
One second. You said you already had the C4, right?
Well, you said I need to pay the opportunity cost for it, anyway.
I think you already did.
No, I didn't.
That's fine. You could pay for it then. If you didn't.
So it's 1 because of my talent.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will set it and reach and clear.
All right, 1 second. For whatever reason, this messed up my token is messed up. How did this happen? I set that on an entirely different token. Why did it replace this one? It's so annoying that Forge does this sometimes. All right, there we go. All right, so you blow the charge, and it will reveal the command room. And sitting at a console, you see this individual. Feverishly working on the computer, on the consoles in front of her.
Stop what you're doing.
I was wondering when Starfleet would show up here.
Hands up. Move away from the console.
Where's your backup? Or did you come here without authorization? As she still types away over the console.
I'm gonna shoot at one of the screens.
Without even being phased, she still is working on the console.
I'm gonna shoot her in the back. Lowest stun setting. Not to knock her out, but to
As you do,
yeah.
your phaser blast goes through her entirely, hitting the console on the other side. And at that point, it just starts laughing at you.
Just gonna hold my rifle in the hand more casually and just clever.
I thought you might enjoy that. I must tell you, Commander Rix, you are much too late.
Believe me, if I've been in charge, I'd be here a lot sooner. Some drug operation you've got going here.
These are not drugs. This is much needed medicine we are producing here.
Still all this for some aphrodisiac? Getting people off?
I assure you, what we are producing here is no aphrodisiac. We're producing medicine.
Who's buying? Poorest of the poor, richest of the rich.
Again, this is medicine. Used to help those that need us most, those that your Federation forgot. As she looks at you with pointed eyes.
I'm going to twirl around, or not, I'm going to spin around to just look around the room, and as I do, I'm going to tap my comm badge to have an open channel. But I'm just gonna leave it open to record. I think no communicators can't record. I'm just gonna keep an open channel. I'm just keep talking.
Who's it open to?
Anyone who listens in. And I'm going to say... We, you said. So there's a bigger operation going on here, huh? Not the only spider in the web.
If you say so.
No, you said so. Tell me, is this worth killing civilians? Is it worth enlisting desperate cargo freighters to come out here with your cargo, raid them, and then destroy them for all the effort they made?
Look at what I have been left to work with. Thieves, bandits, undesirables. I have worked very hard to ensure that they would not kill anyone.
Then you failed. Spectacularly. There's even bounties going out that you've put on them.
I have
Blood
placed a
money.
bounty on no one.
No? Keldran? Not one of your orders?
I don't even know who you are referring to.
So, you're not the Phantom. Everyone here thinks so, but you're not.
Oh, I most assuredly am the Phantom.
Prove it. Earn my respect.
It's not your respect I am after. I could care little for the Federation after what they have done to me. Yes, I know very well how the Federation and Starfleet operates. What they do to those that uncover their little conspiracies. I know full well what the Federation is. You. It is that uniform that pushed me to this.
What about the uniform? Why does it scare you?
Let's just say I've uncovered several secrets of high level conspiracies involving high level officers of the Federation when I was when I was just a lowly academy cadet. And how does the Federation, how does Starfleet repay me? They blame me for the very crime I uncovered. So don't pretend that Starfleet is innocent. I know better.
Believe me, I know Starfleet isn't innocent. I'm one of the one who does the dirty job for them. That doesn't excuse abandoning it. Still our best hope.
You talk of hope. How many people did you leave to die when you left those you left those Maquis colonies fall to the Cardassians? Did you give those people hope? What
Those
about all
people
the
had
people? What about all the worlds who cried out for the Federation for medical help and you ignored them?
Federation ignores no one. They made their choice.
From where I sit, the humanitarian crisis, the Maquis crisis are all things that were avoidable, and yet Starfleet created them. And for what?
A lasting peace. The Maquis are upstarts. They created this conflict, not the Federation.
And there would be no conflict if you haven't abandoned them to the Cardassians.
Do you want a Cardassian war? Another one?
What I
'Cause that's what
want,
you're gonna get.
what I want is justice.
Justice for whom? Yourself? The Maquis? The people who left Starfleet of the Federation of their own will?
That's a start.
Who did you lose? You ask me who I lost. Who did you lose?
I lost everything. Lost my life, my career, my family, any hope of a future. That is what Starfleet took from me.
You'll achieve nothing out of this. We're on your tracks. We might not get you now, but we'll get you eventually.
That might be true, but now I know who's coming after me. You could thank your Commander Kane for that.
I'm sure he'll be wanting some words with you as well. They're not going to be pleasant
But
ones.
I think we have talked long enough. After all, this illusion only lasts for 10 minutes.
Until next time.
Don't try to come after me, Commander.
Like I said, until next time.
And after the prerequisite time pass, what you found out is a hologram disappear.
I'm gonna rush over to the console, see if I can access it and let Kane have more access to the entire system before I assume it's going down.
Feel free to roleplay that.
Rix to Commander Kane, please come in.
Kane here. What's going on, Rex?
I'm at the command console. Tell me how I get you access. We need the data.
Yeah. And then, Kane will inform him about how to connect the command console to the station's communication system, and then uplink to the Akatsuki.
All right, give me a presence engineering, Kane. Difficulty 3. Complication 3.
By the way, was the Akatsuki receiving Rix's signal?
Whoever wanted to hear it could have been. Riggs wasn't specific. He just said he opened the badge, so probably.
The hope was that the Akatsuki would pick it up. So.
Yeah, probably, because you weren't out of communication ever.
Do I assist with control engineering or something?
Yeah, you could assist with control engineering. That makes sense.
Well, don't really have a focus that applies to remote IT support. So 2 threat, 1 momentum. So that I can roll at least one of these. And it's going to be re-rolling that one. Oh, Shit, I didn't do complication 3, but didn't matter.
That's right. Yep, nope. And Rix did not hurt things, so you gain a momentum back. And you walk Rix through it, and you start getting the... You're connected, Kane.
All right, Rix, what did you... I'm connected. What did you want me to do?
Get all the data. Get all you can.
He's
It's gonna wipe in any second.
He's gonna rip everything, with particular attention to communications outbound somewhere else from the console.
He or she.
Give me a daring engineering. Diff 5 comp 3. 4. Diff 4 comp 3.
Let's say, oh my god. Even then, computer systems for a focus?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, what combination do I need to get up to 5 dice? 2 momentum and how much threat?
3 and 3.
Yeah, I'll do 3 and 3. And rerolling that. Comp 3.
All right. I'm going to send you something, Kane. There you go.
Rix?
And Rix, you notice that the upload was complete, and all of the consoles in the command center just like basically overloaded themselves. And all the lights dim.
How much did you get, Kane?
Kane will smile. Think you know me by now, Rix. It's encrypted. But I got it all.
Good. I'm linking back up with the team, clearing the station.
I'll get to work cracking this follow program.
Rick's out.
Commander Rix.
Commander?
Did you happen to use your tricorder to scan the image of the Phantom?
No, sir. They would have seen me do it.
Very well. When you return to the ship, give a full description. We may be able to find out the real name of the Phantom.
It's burned into my retina, sir. However, you can know already that she's a Trill and she has a past in Starfleet.
Yes, I was listening. Former cadet, involved in an incident that got her expelled. The physical description, we can narrow it down.
I'll have it by the time we get back. Link it back up with the captain's team.
All right. We'll send you back to the captain. Are there 2 Rixes? So there was.
Alien
Just
of the
that
week.
good.
Once we're done here, we'll be heading up to the control center.
Yes, ma'am. Therak is with the security teams tagging civilians for beam out.
I guess Rix exits the turbolift.
As everyone's pointing their guns at.
Can you say that again? Missed the end of it.
I said as everyone is pointing their weapons at Rix.
I surrender. He says as he looks around at everyone.
She motions, weapons down.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief, take control of the
Yes, ma'am.
evacuation. Commander, you're with me.
Understood.
Kier has a look of disappointment on her face. What the hell are you thinking, Commander? Wait, never mind that. You don't just go AWOL during the middle of an extraction. If you had something to say, then say it. Don't go running off on your own. Your
Rex, you're
mic
muted.
is muted.
Sorry. He's just basically standing at attention. Yes, ma'am.
I expect a full debrief on that and I return to the ship.
You'll have it, ma'am.
You dismissed. And consider yourself relieved of duty until further notice.
Understood, ma'am. He basically makes a military left turn and then walks out. And he's gonna hand his rifle to Therak. So he's unarmed, but then helps with the civilians. Scientists.
Right. Is there anything else we wanted to do before we bring the session to a close here?
Just making sure we have control over the station and then all the Federation civilians are out and
Klingons come
leave
in.
it.
I think the last point is just that Rix, as soon as Rix gets hold of a pad, he writes down everything he heard the Trill say and makes as close of a description as he can of how she looked like. And saves it for the Akatsuki computer.
Sounds good. Anything else? Right. I think with that, we can call that the end of the Phantom.
Whee!